This is day 10, where I will be going over Genji, Greymane, and Gul'dan. So, Genji is from Overwatch. Nice casual clothes. Let's see his abilities. He can wall climb. 3 shurikens. So he can burst or shock. And then his cleanup ability. Black. And his ulti is Dragon Blade.
I will feel this tomorrow.
So the new ulti he got is X Strike and Hot. The rest of his abilities were all from Overwatch. X Strike, I mean, it fits him. It's a burst. It's different from his other ulti, which is a sustained damage. X Strike is also instant, so he has, or nearly instant. Has no cast, extra long cast time, so he can escape very fast. So his tier, he's maybe medium lowish. More effective at kickoffs, still team fighting. So for the average player, yeah, I would put him at low. Unless you're good, pretty good at Genji. I used to play Genji a decent amount, but I switched to Orphea. So my familiarity is probably like, let's say, medium with Genji. Genji can't actually move while attack while moving like Tracer, but he can, since his attack is actually a burst, you can star step and he can fire the rest of the burst while moving. Those two ults. First one's Dragon Blade. Um, yeah, it lasts like 8 seconds, I think. You can do a lunge and nuke with it. Oh, I'm not sure what abilities he can't cast during it. I need to check. I think he can only use... He can use everything. No? Places shuriken. You can use everything else. And we can see his X strike has a cast time of instant. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's a burst and then 2 slashes and X in front of you. And then it explodes, dealing more damage. So you can hit the enemy with all 3 hits if you drop hit right on them. So we can look over his talents. We can look over his 20s. His heroic upgrades are increased duration and can use Swift Strike pretty often during Dragon Blade. Only when you kill. But yeah, I would probably remove the duration bonus. Just leave it as like a medium short duration transformation. Probably add more damage or something to make it feel more like surgical strikes. Instead of just being like a DPS machine against enemies who cannot disable you. And for the other hero, I could also change it because it just reduces cooldown when you hit. Every part of the hit reduces 10 seconds, so 6. You need a total of 6 hits, or if you can sweet spot 2 enemy heroes, you actually get a free reset. Can I cancel this? So yeah, I would probably switch that and rework that entirely. This thing is kind of flawed as shurikens can shotgun, so which you should be doing, getting next to the enemy and using shuriken instead of trying to be wave clear or something. So the pierce is bad design with a shotgun spell. And the last 20 he has is actually a quest which he can complete beforehand, so it's retroactive. Tension, which makes reflect damage AoE. That one is nice. But like all quests, I would move it earlier. And I don't think moving it to 1 is actually too good. Yeah, you'd be around like 16-ish when you finish that quest on average. This is the most cursed Deathwing build I've ever seen. The auto attack Deathwing. But yeah, it seems I need to give him a lot of new 1Ts. Let's see. Something about deflect, not reflect, sorry. Is that it procs per instance of damage taken, so multi-hit things like Leemin's Disintegrate will proc like 10 hits a second, I think. It's kind of the effectiveness of the spell depends on the enemy or the damage of the spell. Regardless, you will have protected, which is damage immunity. Just thinking if we made this ability uninterruptible, would it be too strong as a talent? I would say, make him unstoppable during this. Because it fixes the downside of deflect, which is like you can be interrupted. Stuff like Diablo just counters him. Because charge is not a skill shot, and then overpower will interrupt deflect. Or charge into terrain will also interrupt deflect. I would just keep it out in the open and I will leave it that idea for now. So we can look at his talents. He has a few for Shuriken. He has a quest there, which adds more damage, and using his D, his jump, will add more Shurikens. Like a refresh, I would move Zanshin as a quest, and then a third quest would maybe be something based on Swift Strike. Which something like killing the enemy within 1.5 seconds of using Swift Strike would be the quest progress, because it conditions you to use Swift Strike properly, which is like a cleanup spell. So we still have Zanshin, Shuriken Mastery, simple name, and then Swift Strike would have some new quest. I'm not sure about the reward. So yeah, talking about resets is how you use the ability properly. I do not like flow like water, which is supposed to provide more teamfight damage or something. But you're not really supposed to use the spell for teamfight damage. So that's counterproductive to the base design of his spell. He has... Let's see what else. For Reflect, he has a percentage-based damage of a Reflect. Because like I said before, he throws deflect shurikens based on instances of damage taken. So with the percentage of damage taken, it now has a less focus on deflecting dots or multi-hits. I don't think it actually triggers on dots like Gul'dan's Corruption. Which I'm talking about is Reflect. So yeah, Reflect is good. And I was going to add like armored stance. Gains unstoppable. He has cooldown reduction. Perfect defense. I would probably remove that to leave deflect as a very high cooldown of a skill. This way it's less spammy. And he also has get shield based on damage reflected. I probably won't have that either because he has the theme of like a ninja and shouldn't be really tanky. I'll make sure he is very agile with the pickoff theme. On stealth sustain, I will give him mitigation, which he has through deflect. If I were to give him shields, it'd probably be tied to Swift Strike. Briefly, so when he goes in with Swift Strike, like if you try to Swift Strike people under hours, right? And then you take some damage. Because if you Swift Strike back out, if you try to reflect and then Swift Strike, Swift Strike cancels deflect, I believe. Actually, any ability you cast cancels deflect. I'm pretty sure. So you can only move. So he also has a talent that reinforces the shotgun aspect of Shuriken. Be this one, Shingan, which is good. Actually, that could be the quest part, because I like more conditional quests than just hit. Shuriken, I think it's one of the few spells that all charges recharge together. A few spells, I mean, was it the first spell that did this? So I like Shingan, or some aspect of it. And yeah, that's it. That's all his Shuriken abilities. He has one active ability, which is Dragon Claw. It charges up uh, by using deflect instead of being a cooldown based thing. So he's very high skill cap of a hero. Because he also has like this one, Strike at the Heart, sweet spot for Swift Strike. And the hitbox of this is very narrow also. And Final Cut, a delayed strike. So I find the only use of Dragon Claw really is if you fail to kill with Swift Strike, you would use Dragon Claw. So I could move that to a Swift Strike Talent. That would also give him more AoE burst in the back line. Which he doesn't really have, as Shuriken is non-piercing naturally. Yeah, so I would use Steady Blade is also, like what I said, is for the team fight. Swift Strike spam, which is what I don't like about his talents. I would move Dragon Claw into a Swift Strike talent. Releases. The damage is actually kind of high. If I let you reset Dragon Claw easily with a Swift Strike though. I mean, some things like Calamity from Li Ming also hits very hard. This is similar now. Maybe have a longer duration for deflect instead of cooldown reduction. I'd say maybe like 0.5 seconds. Increases deflect duration by 0.5 seconds. This is his only auto attack talent. Increases range and damage. OP. Also, let's see all the taunts. I went over all of his basic ability taunts, I believe. This one is decent if he's just initiating on a single target that he can pick off, like a mage. This helps him all attack and keep following. So I would strike at the heart. I find this just too hard to use effectively because you need to be a perfect distance away from the enemy. And the benefit it gives isn't even that much. The damage is, you can see it's lower than the base damage of Swift Strike. I would say the quest, let's call this Final Cut, because that's a nice name. We could have this quest progress is kill, take down, is kill, take down heroes that are hit by Swift Strike within the last 1.5 seconds. Take down 10 heroes. Progress is take down 10 heroes that are hit by Swift Strike within the last 1.5 seconds. And then I would give you yeah, maybe this. He has like a after image that deals damage. You know, say quest, added quest 2. Added quest 2. Added quest to take down 10 heroes that are hit by Swift Strike within the last 1.5 seconds. And then I would maybe give you 2 charges in case you whiff one or something. 2 charges reminds me of Void Spirit. So yeah, well, this was pretty much a replacement for this one. It's an easier to hit hitbox, I believe. You can look at the numbers. The radius of this thing is like 1, yeah. That's the diameter, I believe. Hitbox of 1. This one, the end distance is like what, the last 25% of the. Wait a second. Hitbox range. Range is 12. The hitbox is. I'm not sure which part that is. Dragon Claw AoE is 4. Yeah, it's big. I wouldn't have the flow like water. Actually, B gets a second charge of Swift Strike. So I mean, if you could theoretically clip 2 enemy heroes with your last charge, you could actually refund 2 charges for each hero, right? If you killed those 2 heroes, which does add insane potential. And then we can also have Strike at the Heart would be changed to name if only one enemy is hit by Swift Strike, it deals 50% increased damage. So we have damage, more damage because of second charge, delayed damage. I think Swift Strike has enough talents. So all of this is pretty much it benefits killing solo guys, but you can also deal some AoE damage through these two. But you're not like rewarded for doing AoE damage, which these two do. This one is good. Zanshin is good. Shuriken Mastery will be changed. Quest to hit. Quest to hit an enemy hero with all 3 shurikens. Shurikens. To hit a hero with shurikens 20 times? 20 times. Reward is the shotgun damage. Yeah, let's call this Shingun. Added quest. Added quest to hit a hero with all 3 shurikens 20 times. And then this one is the damage is pretty mediocre because talent ability damage like this is flat and doesn't scale, unlike base damage, unless you have a separate ability like Dragon Claw. So we could just make the quest separate. The quest reward of, yeah, Cyber Agility grants shuriken charges. I'm fine with that. Recharges. Because this has a 20-second cooldown. So we can call this let's just placeholder name for now. And using Cyber Agility refunds 3 charges of Shuriken. Refund 3 charges. And then we have, let's see. His trait is literally a slow dodge. 7 range. Second delay. This is kind of weird because you have to be on a horse first. Well, I mean, in the standard game, ganking between lanes with this. I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Apply the slow. Short cooldown for that. The range is actually insane then. It'll be about 12. This one makes more sense because he's more of a wall climber, right? And double jump. So these two. Actually, I mean, what we move them in different tiers so you can trigger both with a good jump, right? Jump off the horse and go over terrain and land near an enemy. Yeah, I think these two are fine. I mean, there's not much we can change to an ability that is literally just a jump. And then Cyber Shield makes him tankier when he goes in. Agile dismount. Landing near the enemy hero slows them by 30%. I mean, it doesn't do damage, right? I was thinking change the slow to a reveal, which does make it kind of a very situational pick. Oh, here's a Genji. Yeah, the other one is a MS. It's kind of a waste to have one being an MS, one being a slow. So I was also thinking of if you initiate with it, reduce enemy armor when you land. I kind of like the reveal because we just don't have enough reveal things, and we have a lot of armor reduction things in this game. Last, what? 2 seconds. Let's say, like... let's make a match Pathfinder and reduce Pathfinder to 30% for 4 seconds. You can actually catch up to a horse with that speed. And then we would make the reveal also 4 seconds. Actually, this should be a Shuriken talent.
expect thanks for fulfilling your duty? Do you expect thanks for fulfilling your duty? Evil cannot hide from you. I will strike you down.
Let's see. We have with the Shimada, I was probably going to not let him have an attack range talent. Just keep him shorter range as a drawback, since he can star step with it. See, that talent focuses on building up damage stacks, which again, he is a pickoff hero, so a sustained person, so that design is also backwards. I would probably change that talent to increased attack damage when he has no shuriken charges. It makes more sense because he uses all his burst, and then all he has left is just auto attacks. So this would be the other way of the Shima. Actually, this is more like a shuriken talent. Increases attack damage by 20%. When he has no charges of shuriken. Yeah, he also has 0 PC, which is something I will keep on him as a theme. So I will make sure no talents have any type of CC. It's just pure damage. Or we can make Way of the Shimada have a minor bonus. While active, like 10% attack damage, goes up to 25% with the condition.
Thanks for fulfilling your duty. To the front lines.
Or actually... No, I probably like it to be a focus. To be a stronger focus when you trigger the conditional. So I will leave it like, let's say 25%. Yeah, let's have that. We have 4 there, 4 there, 3 here. This was going to be changed to landing reveals heroes for 4 seconds instead. And this one was movement bonus to 30% for 4 seconds. 2 slight tweaks here. Swift strike, well, it's 30% for 3 seconds. Yeah, it's fine. And then Cyber Shield. I'd probably give him a shield. Probably give him actual shields. And just remove the pure dodge thing. It's more of an active character. You have to be mindful. So cyber shield would add actual shields. I'd say for 4 seconds. Just to match all his jump talents. Cyber shield. Using cyber agility grants let's say like, let's look at a Nubrax shield. Well, how much does that give? 340. Okay, let's say like half of that. Grants 170 shield. Grants 170 shields for 4 seconds. That's also half replacement for this and this. So yeah, shields is mitigation. You have to use it preemptively. Because if you actually take health damage, you have no way of getting it back. Well, that should be good. We have... So we have 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We have space for like 3 more talents. Okay, let's look at his heroics again. I said Dragon Blade was fine. X Blade was fine. X Strike. I'll probably change this to be takedown related. Because right now, yeah, this is also spamming it just to hit as many enemies in a team fight as possible. Takedowns changes it to be more of a pick-off style. I don't think it's too strong because some people have takedown talents that reset like Orphea. So yeah, let's say living weapon. Takedowns reset the cooldown of X Strike. You don't get mana back, so it will be mana intensive to spam this on every kill. Takedowns reset the cooldown of X Strike. Well, Swift Strike costs more than X Strike, to be honest. Even though kills reset the mana cost. Takedowns reset the cooldown of X Strike. That one's fine. Dragon Blade. This one's more for, yeah, teamfight damage. So instead of being pickoffs, I would just make like Swift Strike regenerates 300% faster. So it has a 3-second cooldown. And you can use it twice while using this thing. Or what if we made it a 2-second cooldown? Killed within 1.5 seconds of hit by Dragon Blade. So strikes cooldown is reset. So I was gonna change this to Dragon comes me. Swift strike recharges 500% faster during Dragon Blade. So 500% increase makes it recharge at 600% rate. So every second that passes, the ability cools down by 6, which makes Swift Strike essentially have a 2-second cooldown during Dragon Blade. So you can use it 4 times. Or 5 times if you include the starts. Because of timing issues, yeah, around 4 times. And that's excluding the fact the, takedowns still reset Swift Strike. So this is like Dragon Blade and Swift Strike. Team damage AoE spamming. So yeah, this is a pick off heroic with the 20, and this would be the AoE damage one. So yeah, these two are not going to be 20s. We could have some generic talents. Let's call this Steady Blade. Gain 10 spell. Gain 15 spell power if not hit. If not damaged within. If no life was lost. If no health was lost. If no health was lost in the last 3 seconds. So this helps with his nukes. And I'm specifically saying health. So you can use the shields to mitigate damage from this one. Or deflect also, because it grants you protected. If you do not get hit, you hit harder. And then let's see. Call this Shuriken Mastery, why not? Shuriken Mastery. Alright, Shelly. Now we can make this very tanky because cooldown on this is very long and it's not like you can reset other than using the cooldown reduction from this one. Because 170 is only 10% of his health. Yeah, 20% of his health. But 20% uptime normally should be fine. could also have just increased MS. Passively? Just 10% increased MS? Can't outrun him. I just might as well. Being inspired by these names, swift as the wind. Gain 10% movement speed while unmounted. So we have 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We need one more. Swift Strike's refund grants 1 charge of Shuriken. I mean, since it's a hybrid talent, I might as well take this. Sure, let's take that from Sharpened Stars. Let me just check that's the effect is only 1 charge of Shuriken. Remove Pierce aspect. So that's definitely not a 20. So we can put the quests first. I believe we have all the talents ready. We have Zanshin next. So the quests rely on using the skill properly to build quest progress. At 4 we can have something really basic like this. And probably all the cyber agility talents would be early because they're pretty weak. So we can have the competing movement speed talent, which would be Pathfinder here. I would put Cyber Shield next because it's also very simple. And Agile Dismount can be 13 because it also reduces the cooldown of Cyber Agility, which will affect Shuriken Mastery. Armored Stance is... wait a second. What are 20s actually? We can maybe buff this to a 20. And... Armored Stance... worth a 20? Or pick between attack damage or spell power? Because this is just attacks. And this can affect his heroics. This should be a 16 Swift Strike. Gets flow like water. I'm almost tempted. Yeah, let's actually try that. Increases attack damage by 40% when he has no charges of Shuriken. And the other one would be Steady Blade. Gain 25 spell power if no health was lost in the last 4 seconds. So you can Cyber Shield first, just to make sure you don't lose health, and then Swift Strike in. And then start shurikening right next to the enemy's face. This is kind of like, let's call this a 16, because it's kind of like ability reset, second charge-ish, which is activated by using Cyber Agility, so you can also have all those Cyber Agility talents. That's at what, 16? Sharpen Stars can... Actually, let me think about that. Strike at the heart? No, Armored Stance was 16 definitely. Unstoppable. So then 13 we could have Dragon Claw. Yeah, we can have Dragon Claw. More damage. Strike at the heart at... I was feeling 7. And we have space at what? 13, 4, and 7. I mean, Reflect technically can be put anywhere because it's percentage-based damage. But we will... put that at 13, I was thinking. Because Sharpen Stars is also works with Swift Strike, so you can take Swift Strike talent there, there. And then you don't have a Shuriken or Swift Strike talent here, so I'll actually let you have this at 4. And then 7 would have Perfect Defense, slightly longer Deflect, it helps. And then Reflect will be 13 then. So yeah, this should be Genji. The 3 quests for his 3 abilities. We have 2 movement speed bonuses. That thing. We have Flex, Swift Strike, and Trait. And then we do that again at here. And this is for all his abilities again. And this is super stats for attack or spell build. Gain 25 spell power if no health was lost in the last 4 seconds. Gained 40% attack damage. That should be good. So next is Greymane. He is from WoW. I believe he is the faction leader of the Worgens. They are... I think they're cursed too, so they're kind of like werewolves. So yeah, his tier, he is medium. He is a decent ranged poke with cocktail and right clicks. His DPS is actually high with W. He's known for being able to solo camp easily, but camps don't really matter in ARAM. Familiarity, medium. I wanted to mention, I find his trait kind of insane. He gets more damage and armor in melee form. I think he isn't as squishy as other carries. Like, you know, let's say a Vala, or we saw Genji had 1500 health. Genji's kind of squishy. Okay, I was thinking of nerfing this, but let's hold on to that for now. His ulti, both of them can be used in either form. So he has 2 forms, his melee form and his ranged form. He only has Q and E, which have different abilities in each form. W is the same. It's an attack speed boost. His first ulti is... You're supposed to use it for an execution because you get a reset. I don't know if I like that part because you're actually unstoppable during the cast. So instead of using it as a reset, you can use it as a high skill for a window of an unstoppable, which I would prefer more. But his 20 really focuses on the execution style because it keeps resetting every time you kill with the ability. So that's debatable. Because the only another ability that focuses on execution is Mathiel's Last Rites. And his 20 is focused on lowering cooldown so you can spam it more. I would probably give Mathiel the cooldown reset instead of Greymane, because Greymane is a renowned dueler, so the execution style spam of an ulti feels kind of out of place.
Your wounds weaken you. Heal. I am well again.
Life curses.
And his other 20 is to do some chip damage with his as a range form. It deals percentage based damage, but it's current. So that's why it's only good when you initiate with it. It's 35% of current HP. That one is fine because you can initiate with that and then jump them with E, which transforms you into from human to Worgen, and then you just start slapping them. The 20 upgrade reduces its effect, but also greatly reduces his cooldown by like 80%. So you just spam it constantly. I don't like that 20. His other 20 talents are Splash for his range form and Splash for his melee form. I think the melee one also does more. Increases damage of Q. So Greymane is kind of mobile because his Q in Worgen is a dash. His E from human to Worgen is single target initiation dash. And from Worgen to human is a directional dash. Go for the throat is a dash. Yeah, he has a lot of dashes.
For the light.
So yes, he has a 7th talent that focuses on attacking enemies because you get more damage once you get stacks of attacking enemy heroes, which is Wisdom Duelist. Progress builds faster if you attack with the riskier melee form, and you lose some progress on death. So yeah, for 20 I would have something related to his human form and another for his Worgen. I don't know if I just like the flash for either form take. I'll probably focus more on one being ranged, one being melee.
Good enough.
He essentially has 5 basic abilities, which would make it, which gives me a lot of space to make talents affecting these. And also the 2 forms, so we can have talents specific when he is in one of the forms. Well, he has one like Quicksilver Bullets. Increased range when in ranged form, which doesn't make sense in melee form.
Do not fear. I have survived worse than this.
We could, let's go for the ultimates, go for the throat.
For the Alliance.
I would remove the reset.
For the light. For the silver hand.
And let's see if I could add a buff since I took out something. Maybe a cooldown buff. Because you used to be able to spam it more. So I'll just, yeah, drop the cooldown to, let's say, 60 seconds. Which is a 25% reduction in cooldown. Cooldown reduced to 60 seconds.
I'm getting too old for this.
And then the 20 would be... I was thinking of just make the ability stronger. You can see the damage is what, 355, which is like about 20% of his health,
Justice has
or slightly lower.
honor guides.
So the 20 just focuses on numerical numbers, 25% increased damage, definitely some range bonus. And then we could also have I mean that's all the ability does. It's a nuke that's tied to a dash.
That's enough of that. That feels much better.
So we would have. Let's change. Let's change. Go for the throat. Damage and range increased by 50%. Because the range is 5.5 right now. 50% bonus would be 2.75, which makes the total about 8. So you can actually initiate very far with it. So it's just a solid fat nuke of an ulti.
Honor guides me.
Is new because we don't have the reset part.
To the enemy core. The time is now.
Cursed bullet was fine.
MVP.
If I had to pick one form for ranged, for splash damage, I would pick ranged form. Because you have like poke with cocktail also. Melee form would be the more dueler form. So let's look at his ability, talents. We have this is his human abilities. Cocktail quest, incendiary elixir. I want to remove the cooldown part on it. It has minus 2-second cooldown, and then the reward is more minus cooldown, which makes the cooldown 4 seconds. I'd rather not. I would... You have increases the damage with the quest reward. So yeah, the initial target barely takes damage. All the damage is in the splash behind it. Move cooldown bonuses. Reward changed to... I would say increased AoE. Because it doesn't have an AoE thing. AoE is... Let's make it to like... 20% increased AoE. Or change to 20% increased area of effect. His perfect aim increases range, which also helps with poke. The refund mana, I don't know if I really want to add that because it allows him to just spam mindlessly. Maybe I'll increase the range even more. Yeah. Remove mana refund. Increase range bonus to 50%. Because I want less spam but stronger abilities. Increase range. What did I write? Increase range to 50%. Gives at least 2 there. Inner Beast. This is kind of mess of talents he has. You can see its base duration is 3 seconds. This makes it 4 and makes ability damage refresh. But W is not a nuke. Disengage is also not a nuke. So you only have Q. Refresh. But then if you can Q, you're probably within attack range already, so you don't really need to use ability damage to refresh. So this is kind of a wasted talent. Wolfheart I think is 1.2. It helps resetting your next inner beast. Because you need 40 hits to reset. It's kind of a weird one because the cooldown does not trigger until the end. They sometimes do this for infinite duration abilities. I feel like I would just simplify this to the cooldown happens naturally and remove the cooldown reduction part of Inner Beast. Remove cooldown reduction from attacks. Cooldown begins after using ability. Remove cooldown reduction from attacks. Cooldown begins after using ability. So this one is kind of unnecessary now. This one is also pretty much gives him infinite mana because you use Inner Beast a lot to do camps and stuff. I don't really like that one either. These two reward you for staying in Inner Beast. You have to refresh it at least once. I think both of these are active over 4 seconds. I would have a quest for Inner Beast that is, we could just call it Wolfheart. Quest to stay in Inner Beast for at least 10 seconds. Do it, do it 10... Do it 20 times? Reward is... Inner Beast is active for another 3 seconds when it expires. Inner Beast effects are active for another 3 seconds when it expires. For at least 10 seconds. Quest to stay in Inner Beast for at least 10 seconds. Do it 20 times. Reward is Inner Beast effects are active for another 3 seconds when it expires. Three seconds. I'll think about the other Inner Beast talents. There's probably more Inner Beast talents because both forms have Inner Beast. Let's look at Dark Flight. He has the armor, thick skin. Let's just change this to using Dark Flight grants 50 physical armor for 2 seconds. And then this one affects both his E's. Increases the range, reduces cooldown. Oh yeah, one thing is when he transforms into one form, his E is put on cooldown for both forms. I'm pretty sure. Well, not sure. So, yeah, we can have Running Wild. Running Wild. Remove cooldown bonus. Dark Flight and Disengage have separate cooldowns. So this lets you be more mobile, just switching between forms. And then this one can be separate since it affects both E. We might make another Dark Flight specific talent. An hour later, we have Razor Swipe and Disengage. Engage. Razor Swipe is a short dash with a damage. Disengage doesn't do any damage. It only has eyes in the dark, which adds stealth. I'm okay with it. Duration reduced to 2 seconds, just to match the opposite of thick skin. Razor Swipe, we have this one, increases distance. And every, 3 hits resets Razor Swipe. That one is a fine talent. It helps you chase a lot because of the distance. And you just mix your all attacks with Q. You can see this is just like a DPS tier, pretty boring. The damage of this, you could probably just take remove cleave. We have 2 Razor Swipe talents there. So your range is, human form is about being ranged. This is new. Let's have some bonuses for Inner Beast. On the Prowl and Eager Wolf. I might just slap them together. On the Prowl, movement speed reduced to 20%. So you cannot catch up to a horse. Also gain 20% attack speed, 20% bonus attack speed. And then maybe another Inner Beast talent, which is maybe cooldown recharges faster during Inner Beast. %. Yeah, let's actually have that. Insatiable. Cooldown abilities, including heroics, recharge 100% faster during Inner Beast. I mean, with that on, we don't really need the cooldown reduction from that. We could have the damage. Razor Swipe also deals, let's say, like 50% increased damage. We don't need this one. We just shoved range and damage into one talent. We have quests there, quests there. We could have a quest for... or Worgen form. Yeah, something like from Wisdom Duelist. Takedowns in Worgen form. Increase basic attack damage by 1% up to 20%. This would be other, or specifically organ. We call this viciousness. What? Viscousness. Viciousness. Takedowns in Worgen form increases. This is a quest. Damn. Attack damage. Any damage? Let's say any damage. Actually, let's say attack damage. Increases attack damage by 2% up to 20%. Up to, yeah, 20%. Increases attack damage. I kind of want any damage. Increases damage in Worgen form. Increases damage. Takedowns in Worgen increases damage by 1% up to 20% when in Worgen. When in Worgen. Increase all Worgen damage. Quest. Takedowns in Worgen increases all Worgen damage by 1% up to 20%. Go for the throat counts because you do turn into a Worgen. So you hit very hard with this quest and Unleash. So yeah, the range thing is fine on him because it emphasizes that his human form is ranged. Quicksilver bullets is fine. Hunter's Blunderbuss would be acceptable. For poking, and then this one I would change to Priest Armor and plus 40 spell power, just to match the damage bonus. Because that only applies to attack damage. So you can take that for all Worgen damage. Yeah, something like that. Tooth and Claw would be a Worgen talent. Reworked to gain 10 additional armor and 40 spell power in Worgen form. So Hunter's Blunderbuss stays. So that spell power would apply to Razor Swipe and go for the throw. Why only applies to 2 abilities? Two things. I don't know if I want the spell power. Oh, woof. Just add armor. One adds splash. One makes you very tanky. Or wait for it. Inner Beast is always active in Worgen form. So you have the damage, you have the MS, and you can go the Inner Beast build. Cooldown reductions, MSAS, this one doesn't matter. Or mixing that with this 20, Tooth and Claw. Inner Beast is permanently active. Inner Beast permanently applies to Worgen form. So you don't need to hit stuff to refresh, right? You can just walk around as a Worgen, because if you mount, you actually turn back into a human. So you have that 20% MS to walk around. You have 70% increased AS, 40% increased attack damage, faster cooldowns. So you have all this nice stuff. You also have the Worgen quest, which you can take, as Cocktail is for human form. So we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Razor Swipe should have something else. Unfettered Assault. Since the cooldown bonus is tied to Inner Beast, this also deals 50% increased damage. Remove cooldown parts. Remove cooldown bonus. So Cocktail has the quest and more damage in AoE. This one literally is just increased range. I'll swipe, we have range and damage, and we can have some lifesteal, honestly. All this. Bloodhound? Razor Swipe heals for 50% of the damage dealt to heroes. Because he actually has no sustain. So we would have this earlier and then this later. So you could have a specialized Worgen build. I have 2 here, 3 here, 2. This is for those 3. I could have some more talents for their Q. Or some generic talents for both sides. And I took out like pretty much all of these as 16. Oh yeah, that's the old generic talent Executioner, which he cannot apply himself, which is the funny part. Speed bonus went into on the prowl slightly. Alpha Killer. Let's see about Worgens, maybe. Ouch. Actually, I don't know. So we put the Q talents together and the E talents together, right? Like you can choose which form to buff. You can't buff both forms. Which means we need another cocktail talent. Maybe a second chart. Or maybe CC. I mean, there's no reason why he doesn't have any CC. We call this sticky substance. Slows enemies behind by 20% for 4 seconds. So this helps you to catch up to them. Or actually this, I might let this also apply to the target. So it works in a single target situation. So I can just throw this to slow them. Gillian Cocktail slows enemies hit. Slow enemies hit. Gillian Cocktail slows enemies hit by 20% for 4 seconds. Or maybe let's say 3 seconds. Slows by like 40%. Make this a high tier. Because that one would compete with Unfettered Assault. It's also pretty strong. Perfect Aim competes with that one. Thick Skin competes with Eyes in the Dark. Which we could maybe start grouping these. 20 we have Unleashed. Unleashed, and we have, let's go for human form first. Hunter's Blunderbuss stays the same, and then we have the new Tooth and Claw permanent. Inner Beast permanently applies to Worgen form. We wanted a overhaul on the 20 Cursed Bullet. That's the quests. We can just start putting them down. Elixir. Then B is the Inner Beast quest, which is Wolfheart. Stay in Inner Beast for at least 10 seconds. Do it 20 times. Reward as Inner Beast effects are active for another 3 seconds when it expires. Move cooldown reduction from attacks. Cooldown begins after using ability. And the third one was Worgen only Viciousness. Quest takedowns and Worgen increases all Worgen damage by 1% up to 20%. At 4 we can have the weak ones. Thick Skin, which goes hand in hand with Eyes in the Dark. At 16, I was going to have another set, which would be Unfettered Assault, along with Sticky Substance. Substance. What? Substance. Okay. This green cocktail slows enemies hit by 40% for 3 seconds. Goes here. And then there's another set, which is perfect aim, which can be at 7, along with Bloodhound. Razor Swipe heals for 50% of the damage dealt to enemies, dealt to heroes. And then we have, let's see, we used this. We could have another Worgen talent at 13. So this is, yeah, this is human Worgen, human Worgen, human Worgen, human Worgen, human Worgen. Yeah, another set at 13, which would be Quicksilver bullets. And something else. For Worgen. And then we use this one, we use this one, we used this one. Running Wild is separate. We have all the inner beasts besides the quest. So if we slap the inner beast, 1, 2, 3, 4 slots. 2 inner beast talents. A E talent. And that's it. We need some more stuff. Worgen talent we could easily just make is additional armor by 10. And we just call this iron. Big skin. Call this maybe just call Ironhide. I don't know. Ironhide armor while in Worgen. Armor bonus is increased to 20. That competes with Quicksilver bullets. And then let's check out these. This can running wild. Yeah, we can leave running wild at 13. Okay, well, we would have space for one more talent. And probably make another other talent that applies to both forms. We have another inner beast talent. This one doesn't actually give effects. We have MS and AS, more abilities. AM. Uh, 50%, 50, 60, 70%. I was thinking something like Heart of the Pack, Inner Beast applies to nearby allies at half effect within 6.6 range. Within 6 range. Within 5.5 range. Inner Beast applies to nearby allies at half effect within 5.5 range. That's why I was checking the numbers. You would have 35% attack speed, 10% MS bonus. Abilities recharge slightly faster. Yeah, this will definitely be a 16 talent. You could also have Tooth and Claw and Heart of the Pack. You're like Aura Man-ish. Insatiable was 4. Wait a second. Insatiable can be 4. Insatiable. We have Cocktail, Inner Beast, Worgen form. This is Worgen form. Inner Beast, Dark Flight, and Disengage. And 7 would have been not on the prowl. Running Wild is at 7. This is range, lifesteal. 10 is the ults. 13 would have on the prowl, which is where it used to be. And it will stay. And then we have one for human form, one for Worgen form. 16 is cocktail, laser swipe, inner beast. This should actually be right there. And again, we have the ults, the human, and then the Worgen. Oh, it applies to Worgen when in Worgen form. So yeah, if you go Worgen form with quest, not viciousness, Wolf Heart, you could theoretically get the bonuses every 3 seconds. For another 3 seconds, and then go back into Worgen again. So you can have Inner Beast active without actually hitting pretty often. I believe that's all his talents besides the 20. I could also have to say 60%. Just to match the distance. Distance and damage increased by 60%. So yeah, this is the rest of its kit. And for this, so we have a super high damage nuke, long range, and this one, you initiate with this. I would probably just add splash to it. I think it used to have pierce, but the chance of you hitting multiple targets was low. Cursed bullet. Cursed bullet impact ricochets fragments. Impact ricochets fragments to other heroes within 4 range. Can be dodged, something like that. So this is, again, use this at the start. It pretty much now has an AoE, but is still dodgeable. Cursed bullet. Impact ricochet. Ricochet. Fragments. Ricochet. Oh, ricochet. Projectiles. Impact ricochets to other heroes within 4 range of the target. Cursed bullet impact ricochets to other heroes within, let's say, like 3 range. 2.5 range. Cursed bullet impact ricochets to other heroes within 2.5 range of the target. So that's done. Finally, we have Gul'dan. He is the apprentice of Ner'zhul in Warcraft. He kind of felt like he had a minor role until Blizzard made him a very big antagonist. He has a lot of connections to the Burning Legion, which is why he has so much spell abilities. I feel like he is pretty much WoW Warlock? Oh, perfect. Well done. Did we say Gul'dan is a warlock? No. ARAM tier he is high because he actually has insane damage and siege damage. And he's self-sustaining, which is good. Because he does not regenerate mana like a normal person. And only gets mana through his trait, which he sacrifices HP. His heroics that here. Range Fear. And Ring of Destruction used to be pure channeling, made into a long delay, and then it's a duration based ultimate. So we can see his 20 upgrades. He has a stronger fear, which I made it into Deathwings 20 because I had some plans for Gul'dans to be switched out. And I was thinking of Gul'dans to have another cast of Horrify be centered at you. Simultaneously at the same time. What happens if you get hit by both? I guess you would run away from the one centered at Gul'dan, because that one technically comes second. Or I don't know if you overwrite each other or not. But that's a really minor detail. So this 20 would be a 2-second fear at your location and the enemy location. So once you get dived, you can turn the fight around and also drop your Horrify within the enemy team. Which sounds good to me. What's the name called? Haunt. Sure.
killing spree.
We can see he also... Oh, wait, let's talk about the other heroic. It just adds a heavy slow every time it impacts for a very short amount of time. If you get lucky, it's hard to avoid. And now I think about it, Rain of Destruction might be like the only RNG spell? Does the pattern actually have a pattern? Because this game notably has no RNG.
Favors the bold.
And you can see he only has one other 20, which is an instant teleport. I don't know if I like that. I don't think it really fits as a theme.
Disorder gives way to the fell.
What is my thrall doing? Okay. So his abilities are Fell Flame, Drain, like Eruption. He pretty much has two-ish builds. One is just the Drain Life build. It's good if the enemies cannot interrupt you, because you can easily out-heal at least one guy attacking you. And his Q is a nuke, his E is a dot.
Do not let your death be for nothing.
Which is, for the other build, you just Fell Flame spam because it has one of the shortest cooldown spell in the game. Probably the shortest, 1.5 seconds. He also has talents that... benefits himself So you can see like this, reduce healing from allies. This one increased, well, it's called, this has drawbacks. Increases death time and increases his health. Um,
They're attacking the core. Stop them. Focus. Double. You've been struck down. Our core is under attack.
we have some quests. One for each spell at level 1. Something I love. Pursue of Flame is basic and fine. Chaotic Energy
Princess conquered.
is also good. And Echoed Corruption. Oh yeah, I think I stole that for Chrome, but the chance of you really using this is kind of low for the enemies to take all 3 hits and then take another 3 hits running back. That one could kind of be changed. I don't know if you can actually be hit by all 6. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Defeat can make you stronger. MVP.
Instead of going back, what if we made it repeat after it finishes? So yeah, we are changing Echoed Corruption to reward is corruption is triggered again in the same position after after 1 second, I think. The delay is point point, almost 0.5. Drop it. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Let's say after 1.5 seconds. After 1.5 seconds. Still going back, which feels kind of weird. Corruption also has Curse of Exhaustion. Used to be a hybrid. They drain life only slows when they are affected by corruption. I kind of like that a lot more. They simplified that one. Yeah, I'd rather have that for the hybrid thing back, which is Curse of Exhaustion. Effects only apply to enemies affected by corruption. Rune's Affliction is good. And with the quest, it's a lot easier to hit them 3 times. This one is another hybrid talent. Maybe let's have one for each set. This is Drain Life Corruption. This is Spell Flame and Corruption. So that's fine. You can see Fell Flame is the spammy one for Corruption, which has the longest cooldown. And then the last set would be Fell Flame and Drain Life. This reduces this. This slows under this. Drain Life. Drain Life is a channeled. Drain Life increases the damage of the next Fell Flame against the enemy based on how long you channeled Drain Life. Wait, I'm only 3 seconds? It feels a lot longer. Okay, yeah, something like, what did I say? This is a Drain Life, this is a no, this should be, it's close to a Corruption talent. This is a Fell Flame talent, this is a Drain Life talent? So, the next Fell Flame against the enemy deals bonus damage based on next Fell Flame against the enemy within 3 seconds deals bonus damage based on how long Drain Life was channeled on them up to 100, no, up to 300% bonus damage. Quadruple damage Fell Flame. Sounds kind of high. Okay, let's say... Uh... Within 3 seconds... The next fell flame against the enemy within 5 seconds deals bonus damage based on how long drain life was channeled on them. Deals 50% bonus. Deals up to... Because I was thinking of a talent that increases the duration. So this would be by 50% per second. The next fell flame against the enemy within 5 seconds deals bonus damage based on how long drain life was channeled on them. By 50% per second. So that's a damage talent. It's a hybrid, it mixes with this. Because this one's easy, you just spam Bell Flame ons. Like no thinking required. So let's change health funnel to be... Let's move up here. Health funnel. Drain life duration increased by 1 second. Takedowns, reset, drain life. So you can mix any abilities to reset drain life. This is an extension to what used to be, which only triggers when you use drain life. You can mix drain life with this one. Let's call this weakened soul or something. Because, so we don't need this one anymore. We have a damage talent. Do this one. A more bigger burst. This one, spell armor. This just lets him beat other mages, which is kind of insane. I'd rather tie this into life tap. If you wanted to pop it as to make you tanky. So watch, we have life tap, we have improved life tap, which is fine. I would call this new fell armor. Using life tap increases spell armor by 30%. 34. 1 second. Because this, you could just refresh it constantly too. Let's call this. So this is a super reactionary talent. Using life tap increases spell armor by 50 for 1 second. It's not like you can spam this because it costs a lot, but you can block things with it. And then another drain life talent, harvest life. Let's just make this drain life deals and heals for 50% more against any enemies. I don't really care about hero specific. Drain life deals and heals for 50% more against enemies. Wait, the drain does more than the damage? That kind of bothers me. That explains why he heals a crazy amount. Let's just nerf it slightly. Because he is self-sufficient, honestly. Healing reduced to match damage, which is 132. Which is 132 damage per second. We have, what, 4 talents? One is a hybrid talent, which we just seems like we're throwing it as 7 for some reason. And then the others, we don't have Hellfire, we don't have Spell Armor anymore. We can have Rampant Hellfire, which is reworked to every 5th cast of Fell Flame releases it around you instead. Every 5th cast of Fell Flame releases it around you instead. So it's like an AoE. You can say like it's 8 casts again, 1 for each direction. So this one is what? Radius. Yes, radius. We have the damage with the hybrid talent. This is for cooldown, for corruption. This is like a uber radius. And then we can have a 4th one. Try not to be damage. I mean, Fell Flame had a slow. And Curse of Exhaustion was changed into... Deals more damage and slows the target's move. Maybe change it to a root. This reduces the cooldown of this. This gives you a root. The slow will be moved into Fell Flame. Pursuit of Flame bound by shadow. We have Let's call this like Balefire. Bell Flame slows by 20% for 1.5 seconds. Slows movement. Because we're changing Curse of Exhaustion to Drain Life roots enemies for 1 second when they are affected by corruption. Drain Life roots enemies when they are affected by corruption. Roots enemies for 1 second. Drain Life root enemies for 1 second when they are affected by corruption. And then corruption has 1, 2, 3 talents. Could add a 4th one. You have slow spam here. A big hit here. If you time the big hit, you can next level do a 360 big hit. Wait a second, the next Fell Flame against enemy. No, that's not true. Drain Life increases the damage of the next Fell Flame. Weakened Soul. Let's call this Soul Absorption. Using Drain Life increases the damage of the next Fell Flame by 50% for every second channeled. Using Drain Life increases the damage of the next Fell Flame by 50% for every second channeled. You have a longer channel here. This can increase the damage by 200%. So you hit for 3 times of a 360 Fell Flame. Is that too high? 25%. I don't think that's too high. Especially since you have to channel Drain Life for a couple seconds. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. This is good, this is fine, that's good, that's good. This adds a root. That's fine. This is another corruption. We have impact damage, and then we can have enemies affected by corruption lose armor. This is the quest. Something else, the hybrid, and then 2 more. Or we can move the hybrid one. was also going to have what? Weakening presence. Weakening presence. Grasp of shadows. Enemies affected by corruption lose 20 armor. Lose 10 armor. Because it lasts. Lose 10 spell armor per stack of corruption. Lose 10 spell armor per stack of corruption. Corruption. Enemies affected by corruption lose 10 spell armor per stack. Per stack of corruption. So this actually would probably be the 16. Because it can go up to minus 30% armor. We have what, 4 for each ability, I think. So we can start pointing some of these down. We have the quests. Pursuit of Flame is fine. This one's fine. This one I changed the positioning. Pretty much a 180 change. And then we have two things. One should definitely be at 16. This is the AoE thingy. This is just a nice ability, I guess. Actually, I think Health Funnel is special enough to be 16. Takedowns reset. And bonus duration helps with this one. Oh, actually, if you take this one, you can't take this one. No, I'll leave this for 16. So you can stack the other two, drain as long as possible, and then release. This one would be a 16. And then I think we have enough for 13. This one is 13. Wait a second. The hybrid talent? What did I just put down? Rudeness of Fletch. You have one at 1, one at 7. 7 is the hybrid talent, right? Yeah, let's call 7 the hybrid talent. Bound by Shadow. The new Curse of Exhaustion. Drain life, roots enemies for 1 second when they are affected by corruption. And then the new one, which is Soul Absorption. Using Drain Life increases the damage of the next spell. This is Fell Flame and Drain Life. This should actually be first. And then we have Fell Flame Corruption and Drain Life Corruption. Yeah, this should be first. This is Horrify is good. Because you can actually use that to pull people to you, unlike Deathwings, which always veers away. Fiend of Destruction is fine. It's going to make the upgraded Horrify Haunt. Another Horrify is triggered at Gul'dan's position. This is a new change. And this is Deep Impact. I would change this to... I'd just say bigger. Is this random? This is random. I would just say bigger radius. You should be getting out in the first place. That's what makes it so you can't really get out. So I'm switching out the slow for bigger radius, so you take more DPS if you stay in it. So Rain of Destruction. Meteors get 50% increased area of effect. We don't have 20. The 13 was his defensive tier. You can see heals, max health, more heals, spell mitigation. We can have actually a life tap tier. This no way, no fell armor. This could actually be a 20. Because this is about 222 out of 1700 HP. That's like an eighth of your HP to get a fourth of your mana. We have 1, 7, and this should definitely be a 13 stuff. So Ruinous Affliction. It's 13. Health Funnel has been nerfed to the crap into 13. But you can still take this one, and the Hybrid Talent. I specifically planned it like that. Balefire might get buffs because I was expecting this to be like a 4-ish talent. We can call this the 30% slow. How much is this slow? 40%. Yeah, let's steal that one. The 40% slow. And then we can have Bell Armor as a 20 because it's kind of insane as a 4. And we can have stuff like Hunger for Power. Right? Bargain. Do I want drawback stuff? Consume soul. Where's the warlock abilities? Rain life. We don't have summons. Like a destruction user. Or what if heals and seals more? Oh, drain life silence. Exhaust. Its roots end 1 second. Roots enemies. Let's say silence. Silence is when they are affected by corruption. I don't know if I like the heals from like this one or this one, because I feel like just letting it only be healing to drain life. This is why it's so strong. This is also his only source of healing. Also improved life tap. This will be at like 4. Let's see if we can have other life tap traits. I mean talents. So he gets mana. More mana. We have the increased spell armor. I believe it's not usable when he doesn't have enough life. Cannot be used if Gul'dan is at maximum mana or if using it would be lethal. So I would maybe allow you to use life tap at any time, even if you're too low. So it's not fatal. This would be all this like dark power. Dark powers. Life tap can be used at any health value. On fatal. If used, life tap. So we have like life tap. You have that huge spell armor when you activate it. We have life tap can be used while low. If done so, damage taken is non-fatal and increase spell power by like some value for a few seconds. So I mean, yeah, you can just keep spamming life tap, so you'll be at 1 HP the entire time. If you think the enemies cannot touch you. Since this is a conditional trigger, make the spell power very strong. Maybe like 20%. Because he has, yeah, like darkness within. He gets a burst of spell power. For a few seconds after he deals enough damage. That is at 25%. So I could set it at 25. So instead of dealing damage, the trigger is now life tapping when super low, which is very hard to do without getting punished. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna have any drawback talents. You know, if life tap is used while too low on health, can be used while if life tap is used while too low on health, damage taken is not fate. Life is set to 1. And gain 25% spell power for 5 seconds. Let's just call this Darkness Within. Add your name, sure. Darkness Within. If life tap is used while too low on health, life is set to 1 and increases spell power by 25 for 5 seconds. Used while too low, life is set to 1 and increases speed. That can be a 4 talent because it's really hard to use. You need to immediately drain life back to not be dead. Another person with that type of penalty is Alaric with Last Breath, I think it's called. Or if you don't fulfill that, your HP gets set to 1. So I guess we can have a competing 4 talent for life tap. So let's have a 3rd life tap talent. This is at 20. Or we could also have life. Using life tap makes you unkillable. Maybe? Increased mana. Possible to have temporary spell power. You have spell armor. Or no, it would probably make more sense if it makes you unkillable. Makes you unkillable for 2 seconds. call this Dark Bargain. In life tap, using life tap makes you unkillable for 2 seconds. We have those 3 life tap traits. They are together at 4. So you can pick one enhanced life tap. One just gives you more mana, so you can life tap less. One is a reaction defensive, the spell armor. And the unkillable one is if you think you're going to get bursted, you pop that. And then you try to drain life back up. Some 20s could be. I called this one Org. I kind of clueless, so let's slap one called Darkness Within. Using a heroic ability increases spell power by 25% for 5 seconds. Let's maybe buff it. 50%. Why? Because his heroics are 70 or 80 second cooldown, they're pretty long. I mean, Orphea can get 60%. So why not give Gul'dan 50? Yeah, increase the spell power by 50% for 5 seconds. And then these ones.
MVP.
Let's take your flavor. So then I would also have life tap. Can be used while mana is full. Because I have things that trigger when you life tap. And then we have uber damage for because you actually have 3 damage abilities. Took out that mobility. And then let's say
Prepare yourselves for battle, heroes.
I see. It is you.
I converse with neither the dirt beneath my feet nor you.
so healing heals 132
The battle begins in
per second, which
10
is less than 10% for HP.
2, 1. Let the battle begin.
Let the flame of salvation burn.
I was thinking of making something very special, which is increases max health by 100%, and when his life is greater than 50%, he starts losing it. So essentially he has like double-sized HP buffer.
Choose a talent. Enslave these
For healing while full, grant him a shield.
Your spirit is strong. Choose a talent.
You shall pay for this treachery.
Enemy slain. Killing spree.
Blessings of the cleansing light.
Try me. Life essence. This is your doing, I assume. Such daring.
Now that's a magic moment.
Thank you for the healing. Find a healing fountain quickly.
The angels smile on you.
Consider your flame extinguished.
If I must. I'm on my way. Blessings of the cleansing light.
One of our fleets has fallen.
Feed the light. Shall protect you, champions. Blessings of the cleansing light.
Choose a talent. Try me.
Maybe I'll just keep demonic rune. Yeah, I just can't think of anything else right now. And since I gave him one offensive, 20, be fitting to give him a defensive one. Although most Gul'dans I see just teleport back to Hearthstone. It's just an unpunishable escape, which I don't really like.
Come, bear witness. We are victorious. Champions.
Double kill.
Still worth it.
This is a hard life.
Come, bear
My
witness.
spells will aid you.
Or maybe life tap makes you unstoppable. I mean, you can guarantee land your ults. And life drain.
We have lost a keep.
Death to all tainted by the scourge.
The enemy is attacking our core.
Yeah, because with all these buffs to life tap, all like defensive effects, unkillable, spell armor, unstoppable. The only way you still actually get life after you sacrificing life to life tap would be
Be there shortly.
rain life. So yeah, I would like life. Let's call this demonic. Demonic possession. Using life tap makes you unstoppable for 1 second.
Our core is under attack.
You can life tap at full mana, but not at low health. So you just don't be too low. Yeah, this is a trait. This can go up here. And then Rain of Destruction. Cast time reduced to 1 second, so you can cram it in. Or channel time. And then we have life type can be used while mana is full. And does not interrupt drain life. So we have some changes to his trait. Some nerfs to drain life, but you can use life. App. Makes you unkillable or spell armor. And then the 20, you have same damage after you pop a heroic, or you can get unstoppable. So it helps you get off drain life easier. Also guarantees you can drop your ults without being interrupted. Yeah, so that's Gul'dan. And this is it for today. See you next time.